And we are live, although my wife's walking down here. I actually am live. I don't know if you need something, but you can come talk to everyone on camera if you want. What is up, everybody? Hey, let me go ahead and get chat pulled up. But hello, guys, it's been a while. Let me turn on this light so you guys can actually, geez, that's actually really bright. Like super bright. Let's turn that down a tad. Just a tad bit there. There we go. So this is a different stream than what you might be used to if you're used to following my more traditional streams. You may notice, number one, the camera is not in front of me. You guys are off to the side, but this is going to be a virtual co-working session. I've done a handful of these now. And instead of like the live hacking and teaching as I go, I'm actually working on stuff and just inviting you into the process. We do a Pomodoro session, so we'll work for 45 minutes with 5-minute breaks. And I was really hoping I could do like a hacking stream during the day today, but my schedule's just been insane, guys. I just finished up an internal pen test. I spent all day yesterday, most of the day working on the report. Got the report turned into the client. And now I'm speaking at Simply CyberCon on Monday. So it is Thursday at the time of this recording. And I will be leaving here. Well, tomorrow, I'm busy all day tomorrow with TCM Security, doing contract work for them on the teaching side of things. So I can't work on any of my own projects tomorrow on Friday. And then I leave Saturday. And then I'm giving the keynote talk at Simply CyberCon in South Carolina on Monday. But you see, the only problem is I have not written the talk. I have not had time to actually make the talk. So I'm giving a keynote talk in 4 days. I'm going to be traveling for most of those days, but the talk isn't actually written. And so I really need to focus in today and knock out that keynote, or at least most of it. Whatever I don't finish during the day, I'll be staying up into the evening working on. So that's my plan. That's what I'm going to be working on. But it's great to have all of you here. We'd love to hear what you're going to be working on. Let me know in chat what your projects are. Looking over at chat, we'll answer a few quick questions. I think someone said, yeah, Cody said, how's that pen test? The pen test went really well. Client seemed to be super satisfied with the work, with the communication, and just with the overall process. It was their first pen test, so I did a lot of kind of guiding and mentoring and walking them through it, but they seemed to thoroughly enjoy the process and got a lot out of it. So got that report sent out to them yesterday, and got the invoice sent out to them. So another thing that KairosSec does a little bit different than most pen test organizations, quite a few pen test firms, if they do a pen test for you, what they're going to do is they are going to charge you 50% of the engagement up front, just to secure your date on the calendar, and then 50% of the engagement once they start. With KairosSec, we don't even send the invoice to the client until they have the report in their hand. So like this client, for example, did not have to pay anything until the engagement was over. I gave them the report, and then I sent them the invoice just to show that we really do stand behind our work. Like, you will be satisfied with the level of quality you get through KairosSec. So got that invoice sent out to them yesterday. And usually, if you've never done business-to-business sales, most things are net 30, which means the client has 30 days to pay, but many clients, just because they're large businesses, often go beyond 30 days. So sometimes it's kind of like pulling teeth to get businesses to pay you. But this client was amazing. They emailed me back and said, hey, thank you. We've already processed it and sending the payment today. So that was super encouraging to see. But yeah, pen test went really well. Have a few more lined up. And some other just cool projects and partnerships coming soon. So that's all exciting. Hack Smarter is also going really well. If you guys haven't seen it, we just released a brand new Active Directory Challenge Lab, and it's free for the first 24 hours. This one is created by Lane Kusanagi. You may have seen his OSCP list, but if you go to hacksmarter.org, which I recognize is a little bit hard to see because of my white table, but hacksmarter.org right there, you can see that the new release at the top of the page. Click into that. You can check out the lab completely free. It will not cost you anything. So make sure you check that out. Oh, Rick, are you going to be at Simply CyberCon? If so, yeah, super looking forward to hanging out with you. Ferry said, I always try to join in, but the time difference makes it just so difficult. Hopefully, if the stream goes on for the weekend, I'll drop in too. Unfortunately, there will be no streams this weekend because I'll be on an airplane / traveling to South Carolina. So this will probably be, not probably, this is going to be the last stream, unfortunately, until next week because I'm not going to be home. I'll be traveling. Noob Sabat said, I'm on the capstone of the Sliver course, managing web pen testing team and trying to stop the fires that appears. I haven't been able to finish the capstone. Well, first, thank you so much for the support and for purchasing the Sliver course. You are awesome. And yeah, I know how that is. Good luck, my friend. That's one thing that was big for me. Like, I'm still getting used to it. As much as I enjoy helping people, which, I mean, I stream. Obviously, I enjoy helping people. I don't know about you, Noob Sabat, but for me, when I'm focused on my own, like, highly technical work and I'm interrupted, it breaks my brain. Like, it takes me so long to get back to where I was at before, like back to that area of focus. And when I was on my previous firm, I was I was one of the lead pen testers there. And so I would often get pings from junior pen testers who had questions on their projects or want me to jump in a call and look at a vulnerability, which I was happy to do that. But when I was doing my own technical work, guys, it just like broke my brain. I cannot jump from project to project to project. It just doesn't work for me. And so now that, like, I don't have anyone I have to do that for, and I have full control over my own schedule, it's so nice. So, like, for that pen test I was on, I just canceled every meeting. Like, anyone who had a meeting with me, I told them, look, I'm doing client work. You're going to have to reschedule. And I sent them my scheduling link. And at first I felt bad, but I really don't. I mean, the client is paying significant money to get a good pen test, and they deserve my full attention. So now when I'm on an engagement, I just cancel every other meeting and tell the people, sucks for you. If you want to meet with me, schedule a pen test with me. But then when I'm not on a pen test, my schedule is much more open. But yeah, that's one thing I've noticed. A big benefit of doing this solo stuff. But all right, guys, my headphones just told me the battery's low. So I don't know how long my headphones will last, but that's okay. We'll still keep the music playing. Anyways, I do need to dive in. I do need to start working on this keynote. I also need to respond to some messages. So I'm first going to respond to messages. Then I'm going to dive into this keynote. And my goal is to work on this keynote most of the day. I have a live stream later on this afternoon with Jerry Ogier over on his Simply Cyber channel. It's one of his fireside chats that starts at 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So the goal is to see if I can finish this keynote or get most of it done before then. I also just share with you guys my speech writing process. I don't know if anyone in chat does talks, but the one big benefit I have is I was a pastor for 10 years. And so for basically 10 years straight, every single weekend, I would stand in front of people and I would teach. I would teach for 30 to 45 minutes, often a lot of narrative, a lot of story, a lot of things like that. So I have a lot of experience doing public speaking and things of that nature. And when I do public speaking, I generally don't use any notes. I might have a few bullet points when I actually get up to talk, so it's much more natural. But as I'm preparing the talk, I manuscript the entire talk out because that's what helps organize my thoughts. So that's what I'll be doing now. I'm typing out the full manuscript to help organize my thoughts I'm doing a 45-minute keynote roughly. I might make it 30 minutes and do Q&A at the end, but that's going to be about 8 to 10 pages, single-spaced pages that I have to write. But I just got to tap into my old pastor experience because I used to do this every single week for a talk. So shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, it's kind of like if you were in college and you had that paper due and you know, it was due in a few days and you have like one day to finish it. That's kind of where we're at. I have it all in my head. I have the main things I want to talk about, but I need to get it down on paper. But okay. Let me go ahead and start our 45-minute timer. I'll turn the music back on. Let me know in chat what you guys are working on. Would love to hear from you. But let's go ahead and dive in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a 5-minute break. So for those of you who are new to this, what we do during these virtual co-working sessions is I am working on my own projects, hence why my screen is blurred. I every once in a while get that question on why it's blurred, and it's because a lot of what I do is client work. Now, right now, though, at least on my main screen, I'm not specifically doing client work. I'll show you guys, actually, what I'm working on. Let me go ahead and get this pulled up. If I can find it. No, not coin. Not Simply Cyber Coin, unless Jerry's coming out with some crypto. Simply CyberCon. Give me just a moment. It takes me a moment to share my screen here on Ubuntu. Cat, chill, bro. Let's grab application window, Simply CyberCon. Well, no, we'll do entire screen. HP Inc. All right, hopefully you guys can see it. But anyway, Simply CyberCon is coming up on Monday. Training is on Sunday. The actual conference is on Monday. And I am doing the keynote talk for this conference. Stupid cat. Dude, cat, go do something else with your life, homie. Every time I talk, my cat thinks I'm talking to him, and he jumps up and knocks my stuff down. Anyways, we have Simply CyberCon on Monday, November 3rd, and I'm doing the keynote. The only problem is I haven't had time to write the keynote. I've been so incredibly busy between pen testing and training and contract work. Like, it's my schedule's been absolutely insane. But this is what I'm working on right now. You can see it right here. Oh, where was it? Embrace your limits seriously. In cybersecurity, pride ourselves on pushing boundaries, etc., etc., etc. But I will be giving this talk. It will also be live streamed for free from the Simply Cyber YouTube channel. So make sure you guys check it out. I did start working on my talk just a little bit. Was that yesterday or last night? So I had some parts done, and I'm finishing it up right now. I mean, I can show you guys what it looks like. I don't think I have anything sensitive on it. No. So as I was sharing before, when I give a talk, I don't like read a manuscript. I generally give my talks without any notes. But to do that, you actually have to be more prepared. And so I manuscript all my talks out before I give them. And then when I get up to talk, it's much more natural. But I mean, I'm putting in the work. We're at 6 pages right now on this talk. No AI slop. This is all me manually sitting here thinking, typing, planning, going back to my experience as a pastor. But you can see I have my notes right here on the application as I continue to write. But this is what it is. It is coming together, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let me look over at chat. Hey, what up, Nacho Shell? Hey, Tyler, I recently saw the Sliver course you made. So I was wondering if I pay for the monthly 30 USB, will I be able to access? Yep. Everything is included in All Access. You got it. And if you do the annual plan, it's only about $16 a month. So it's almost half off if you pay for an annual plan, if you would prefer to do it that way. Hey, Tyler, I'm having an interview tomorrow as a pen tester. I'm a junior, recently graduated. Any advices or tips? I would strongly recommend memorizing all the OWASP top 10, both how to identify those vulnerabilities and some ways to remediate it. I almost guarantee you'll be asked about them. Is it recommended for people who are new to red teaming? The Sliver course? Yeah, it's like, if you have some basic understanding of hacking and have used Kali Linux before, you'll be able to go through it. I guide you from about beginner to intermediate level with working the C2. But I'm going to keep knocking this out, guys. I'm aiming for about 7 or 8 pages. I've learned from my many years of preaching that 7 to 8 pages is about a 30 to 40 minute talk. And then I have to work on the slides. So honestly, I might be able to finish the manuscript over this next 45-minute period, and then I'll start working on the slides, and then I have to practice it and all of that fun stuff. But maybe I can just practice it with you guys. You can watch me and give me feedback on the talk, early access. It'll be a really rough version of it since I haven't gone through it at all, but I have to go through it, so I might just invite you guys into that process. But our 5-minute break is over. Let's dive and knock out another Wait till it's done ringing. Another 45-minute work time. So let me know in chat what you are going to be working on. Would love to hear from you, but I'll start the timer. We'll start the music and we'll dive back in. Oh, I got a phone call. I'm going to turn off my mic. All right, guys, we're at a 5-minute break. Give me just a moment, though. I am finishing something up. Then we'll jump on our break. So if you're still working on your whatever you're working on, you can continue. Give me just a moment while I finish this up. All right. We'll go ahead and start our 5-minute break. Hit play on this. Test to make sure my microphone's working. Yeah, okay, cool. It is turned up. Let me jump over to chat. What's everybody working on? The Blue said, just finished the footprinting course in Hack the Box. Took me a week, but we got it done. Let's go. Great work. Has price increased for Sliver course? Not yet. Nope, it will, though, in just a few days. Also, you plan to add more content to it. Yep. But, I mean, it's basically done. If I add more content, it might be around the AV evasion piece. Once Windows Defender finally patches the thing I show in the course. But as far as I know now, like I show you in the course how to do a full, stable Sliver session that completely bypasses the most up-to-date Windows Defender. As of right now, that is still valid. It is still not patched. When they patch it, I might come out with a different one there to keep it up to date on the AV evasion side of things. But guys, gals, people, believe it or not, my Keynote manuscript is just about done. It's one of the giftings I got from being a pastor for 10 years is I can usually put talks together really well. Like, it's kind of confusing to explain it if you don't speak regularly, which I don't anymore. I don't do public speaking regularly anymore, but I used to. But before I actually sit down and start typing out the manuscript, I have most of what I want to say just kind of floating around in my head, because when I know a talk's coming up, for about a 2 to 3 week period, I'm just constantly thinking about it, and we'll have ideas that pop in my head, and I'll jot them down somewhere. I'll add them to my notes. And so when it comes to actually putting it out on paper to organize everything, it goes pretty quick because I've kind of been quietly preparing. So my manuscript is just about done. I need to work on the slides, and then potentially we can do a dry run of it on stream. I don't know if I'll be ready or not after the next 45-minute session to do a dry run on it, but I haven't gone through it at all yet. So it will be very much a dry, rough run on it. I'm sure I'm going to miss some stuff. I'm sure the timing's going to be off, but it'll be a good practice run, and you guys can be a part of it. So if you want to just help me with the talk, I'll go through it. You let me know what you like. You let me know what's confusing. Let me know what you don't like, and I will adjust as we go. For those of you who are just tuning in, I am doing the keynote talk on Monday for Simply CyberCon over in South Carolina. So that is my main focus of today, is getting this talk done, getting the slides done, and getting everything ready to go. So that's what I'm working on. Hopefully can give you guys a sneak preview after this next 45-minute session. But let me know what you're working on in chat. We have over 40 people right now across the different platforms. And I think I forgot to say this in the beginning, but I am live right now on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitch. So you can join on whichever platform works better for you to throw me up on your side monitor. We can do some virtual co-working together. But on LinkedIn and YouTube, I just stream under my name, Tyler Ramsby. And over on Twitch, I stream under the handle hack_smarter. So YouTube and Twitch is Tyler Ramsby, or YouTube and LinkedIn is Tyler Ramsby. Twitch it is hack_smarter. My headphones also keep pinging me saying they're low on battery, so these are going to die soon. I will have to eventually charge them, but hopefully they can make it through another 45-minute segment because I won't need headphones when I give the talk. What up, J-So? What up, Brew? Good to have both of you checking in. Great to have you guys here. We got one more minute. One more minute before we dive back into our work session. Hey, thank you, Unknown Flame. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're enjoying the work required courses. Gonna have to, go do the new AD machine, Cisco, by my friend Lane Kusanagi. You may have heard of his name on the famous OSCP list. Make sure you check it out. It is free right now. It is free for 24 hours. So go to hacksmarter.org. You'll see it at the very top of the page. Join the event for free. Hack the machine for free. Join the Discord. We have a channel dedicated to it. I should probably check Discord to make sure I'm not missing any like support requests and such. Let's check on my phone quick. All right, no one has posted in course support. Oh, we have a few people who have finished the machine. Shadowhound and M. Helux finished it. There's also a scoreboard with the machine. Make sure you put your name or username there. You'll see yourself on the scoreboard as you complete it. But we have a few people so far who have fully compromised the machine, which is awesome. All right. Should I buy a Mac or a Windows laptop for hacking? You should buy a Linux laptop from System 76. Screw Windows, screw Mac, go Ubuntu. All right, let's go ahead and dive back into another 45-minute work session. Guys, no break yet. Give me 4 minutes. You guys keep working too. I'm finishing something up. All right, guys and gals, whoever you are. It is time for a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to try to run through this presentation for you guys. So I've literally made it this morning. I just finished making the slides for it, but this is going to be my keynote at Simply CyberCon on Monday. But I need to practice it, and I need to practice it a lot. And you guys are here, and so you can help me. So after this 5-minute break, I'm going to get everything pulled up and try to go through this presentation as if I was giving it at Simply CyberCon, and would love to get your guys' feedback in real time. Interrupt me as we go. Like if there's something that you have questions on, something that's confusing, something that just rubs you the wrong way, please let me know, because I will literally just stop in that moment and we'll dig into it. So it's going to be a very like open presentation, and would love to get your feedback on it. Okay, yeah, Laughing Sec. Let me do a few things for you to make it a little bit easier for you. Let's do this. Let me go ahead. There's nothing sensitive on my screens. So let me turn off this filter of screen blur. All right, and then let me turn this light on more. Push it down like that. And I can grab the camera here. And let me try to hold it up for you. I don't know if this works, but let me know if that works, Laughing. Hopefully you can clip it. If you somehow miss it on Twitch, on YouTube, you can like replay and you can go back to this and grab the keyboard, but let me know if that works for you. And guys, I'm gonna move everything all around. So it's gonna look like chaos for a second. I'm gonna move this camera back to the front. Oh, I got text messages. All right, give me a moment. All right, we're almost ready. Not quite yet, though. Let me pull OBS over so I can actually see settings here. Obviously, we don't want the camera to be crooked. That's one thing. Oh, frick. I broke the camera. 1 second, guys. quite a process, I tell you what. Come on, camera. Can you straighten yourself out without me breaking you? Almost there. All right. Now we're back to the normal view. You guys get to see how I do it. I really do just do all of this in my fully unfinished basement, have a fake brick wall. My camera isn't even fancy, guys. It's an old Android phone that is like somewhat broken, so I had to get a new phone, but like my camera and everything is literally just an Android cell phone. And I use Droid Cam to hook it up to OBS. So that's how I do this. And I have like a $20 light from Amazon for the front light. It's actually meant to be a lamp, like a reading lamp. It's not actually meant for like this live streaming thing, but it seems to work really well for the live streaming, and it's a lot cheaper than like the ring lights that a lot of people buy. But I'm going to run upstairs real quick here. I'm just going to turn off this timer. We don't really need it anymore. Let me go like that. It won't close. That's cool. There. I got it off. We can turn off the work with me banner. All right, guys, let's I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. 2 minutes to 3 minutes to run upstairs. I'm gonna fill up my water, and then we're gonna run through this talk. Would love to get your guys' feedback as we go. You're the first ones who get to see it. I literally just got done making it. It's gonna be rough, all right? Like, it's not gonna be as polished as it's gonna be on Monday. I'll probably go through this 8 to 10 times before I actually give it in front of a live audience. So this will be the roughest version of the talk that we're gonna have. I'll turn music on for you guys, and I'll be right back. All right. Give me just a second, guys. I want to make sure I'm not missing any support requests and such over on the Discord world. And then I'll dive into this talk. Once again, this is the world premiere. First draft. It's going to be rough, but we're going to go with it. Let me just get caught up on Discord. I try to always make a good support with what I'm doing, but what is going on? One message from someone. I wonder if that password expired as well. I've had issues with machines that when they were submitted by the authors, they forgot to set the passwords to not expire, and then the passwords expire and then things break. And so I've had a few of those issues I've been solving as they come up, and I see one person pinging in the channel. I'm not sure if that's the issue or if it's something else, so I'll try to troubleshoot that later. All right, we got people solving Cisco, which is good. Fantastic. Oh, is that me? I don't know. Laughing. Everyone. Even I forgot to. I forgot to even do it for my Sliver course, but I'd fix that real quick. It's a lot easier when it's a machine I've made because I know how to get into it real fast and fix stuff. But for the other machines, it just takes me a little bit to remember the creds and access and such. Like, one person is claiming that building magic isn't working, but 99.9% of the time when someone tells me building magic isn't working and they're not getting the hash, it's because they are doing something wrong. Specifically when they use NetExec. Actually, I'll just share this with you guys. You can see this. So I get this request all the time from people. They say, hey, building magic isn't working. I cannot get the hash. Okay. I would say 9 times out of 10, this server right here, they put in the target VM instead of their IP. So the way NetExec works is it has to build these shares to put into the share, and the server flag needs to be pointed to your Kali VM's VPN IP. And almost every other time someone said it doesn't work, it's because in the server, they're putting in the target. They're not putting in their Kali VM. So, of course, they're not going to receive the hash. But 9 times out of 10, that's the issue, which it looks like the credentials are working here. At least the HPOTCH user credentials are working. And so I'm guessing it's not a password expired issue. I'm guessing that's their issue. They did something wrong in their syntax there. So I'll see what they respond, and then I'll have to try to dig into it. That's honestly what takes the most time. I want to provide very good support for every single person who's on the platform, which I do. Like, I respond to everyone usually within an hour, and I help troubleshoot. But like 99% of the time, it's a user error. And so I'm close to just saying, like, look, if there's an issue, I can verify the infrastructure and lab are working well. If everything's working well, it's on you to figure it out. Like, I cannot troubleshoot every single lab for people if there is something they're doing in their syntax that's wrong, but it is what it is. For now, I am. Yeah, so Laughing has the same issue with students. It's just, I mean, it's an easy gotcha as people are working through it. But they're like, oh, the lab's broken. And I'm like, no, your syntax is broken. And I even get to the point, I've done this like 5 times now, where I tell the person, okay, give me your VPN file and tell me your target IP. And they give it to me, and then I'm able to do it no problem. And then they still tell me it's the lab. And I'm like, look, I'm literally on your VPN. I'm targeting your lab IP and everything's working. I don't know how else to make it more clear that it's a you issue, not a lab issue, but it is what it is. Oh, I can take the be right back sign down. That's me. I figured it was a user error, but I'm not. Oh, is this you? Oh, perfect. You're here. Cool. Dude, we can troubleshoot this live. ZeroHack3D0. I just asked you in Discord. Your server right here, what IP are you pointing at with the server flag? This will actually work great. I can even boot up my VM and we can do this live on the stream. I'll wait to hear back from you. Oh, I just realized I wasn't sharing my screen. This server right here, is the IP here the target machine, or is it your Kali VM IP? You know what, here's the other thing though, we've had issues with passwords expiring, so it actually could be a lab issue. Let me boot up my VM. We'll run through it really fast, and hopefully you stay in chat, and then we'll do this together really quick. It won't take me long to get everything booted up. It is your Kali VM. Okay, so you're doing it right. So it could be the lab's broken. Guys, give me just a moment. I have to fix this real quick. Go to Properties, Open Selector, go to Application, Kali Main Streaming. It's the IP on Tunzio. Yeah, you're doing it right. You're doing it right. Maybe there is something broken with the lab. We're gonna find out right now in real time. Stop sharing my screen for just a moment while I get logged in. I just realized, is chat not on the screen? Sorry, guys. Is chat not on this entire time? I really apologize. I thought it was on. Okay, let me log into CoreStack. Whoops. Yeah, Tunzio should be correct. Give me a moment. Almost there. This is Building Magic, right? Okay, let me get Building Magic pulled up. I'm going to preview. I'm going to go ahead and reset my machine since it's been a while since I've been on Building Magic. All right. Go ahead and download the VPN for Building Magic. I don't even know how many I've downloaded. It must be the third one here. Go ahead and get on the VPN. Takes a few minutes to boot up, so it's probably not up yet. In the meantime, I'm going to open up my notes from Building Magic so I can see what the heck my syntax was. I don't remember all the attack paths in this machine, so give me a moment to do that. But it could be possible that the simulated user on the other end that should be opening the share, that the machine author forgot to set it so their password doesn't expire. And if their password expired, the script will stop working. Therefore, the user will stop visiting the share. Therefore, you won't be able to get the hash. This is the exact issue we had with Share the Pain yesterday that we got fixed. And I have a feeling that might be the issue you're encountering. But we're going to find out. Let's see, on-prem, Building Magic. All right, here are my notes for Building Magic. I just need to remember what the attack path is actually like. So we compromise R. Whittleton. We get the Bloodhound loot. All right, we compromise him. We crack the hash. We compromise HPOTCH. Oh, I see. So we have to change HPOTCH's password. And then with HPOTCH, we use netexec. Thank you, ZeroHack30. I actually made it to a live stream. Welcome, Dave. Guys, this I'm not actually teaching as I go. I'm literally troubleshooting a lab for ZeroHack3D0. So, like, I'm quite literally speedrunning this. I have an entire video series on this lab you can find on my YouTube channel. But I just want to see if this lab is actually broken or what's going on with it. So, this is what I do anytime there is, like, an issue or a bug that someone reports. I try to verify it myself first. And then if it's broken, I can usually fix it. Well, I've been able to fix it every time. Just want to make sure we have connectivity. All right, first, step number 1 is reset the password for HPOTCH. I'm going to have to update this IP, though, to go to our target IP, which is right here. Cross our fingers. Okay, the machine is online. It didn't fail, so that's good. And let's jump back over to our netexec. I don't have this in my notes apparently, but we need to make sure we spin up Responder, which I guess I don't know if you did this to ask kind of the more simple question. You have Responder running after you upload the share, right? You use NetRPC. It works for me when I have to change passwords, yeah. So anyways, I spun up Responder on interface TUN0. TUN0 is the interface for your VPN. I can actually show this to you. If you're on IPA on your machine, you'll see that once you connect to the VPN, you get a new TUN0 interface. This 10.200 is your IP on the machine. You can see it matches mine in the top corner. And so when we spin up Responder, we want to listen on that TUN0 or TUN0 interface. But I'm just going to copy my syntax here. You do have Responder running. Okay, perfect. So there's some things I'm going to have to update on mine. One is I need to update. This is what trips a lot of people up, but you did confirm this. But server here should be pointing to your Kali VM. So I'm going to quite literally click up there to copy my IP. That's the IP for my Kali VM. Everything else looks good to me. Shares is file share. Name is HackSmarter. And I'll hit enter on my keyboard. Okay, successfully authenticated to the machine. And the NetBIOS connection with the remote host timed out. That's interesting. That's different than the error you got, though, I think. Let's try it again. Otherwise, we may have to fix the NetBIOS. Oh, there we go. I just had to do it twice. Every once in a while, I'll run into that issue. Sometimes you can configure your system clock with the domain controller with a few different tricks. But it says it found the writable share. It created the .link file. Now what I'm curious about is if it's actually there. So let's check that. If I do SMB client, I'm going to log into this share now. Buildingmagic.local. And I want to log into the file share. I want to use the user hpotch. And I want to use the password of HackSmarter123. I'm pretty sure I screwed up my syntax, but let's find out. I actually did not script the syntax. That's actually impressive that I remembered that. And if I do dir, I do see a hacksmarter.link. So it was able to successfully upload the file. And if I go over to Responder, I did collect the hash. So I can confirm the lab is working correctly. The lab infrastructure, everything's working. I was able to successfully perform the attack and steal the user's hash. So nothing is broken with the lab. If I had to make a guess, I'm going to actually compare your syntax to my syntax real quick. SMB buildingmagic.local hpatch p hacksmarter m slinky -o server shares file share name hacksmarter. Everything looks correct in your syntax. You could try to reset the machine. But yeah, it definitely works. I mean, you saw me do it in real time. Yeah, what's your Responder syntax? 0hack3d0. You know what I'll do? Let me just drop everything in Discord. Okay, give me just a moment. All right, I have dropped all of my notes in chat, or not my notes, but the exact syntax that I used. But as you saw, I had no issues getting the hash. I'll also just say, like, getting the hash is a very small part of the machine. So if you don't want to troubleshoot it, I'm gonna DM you the hash. So I just DM'd you the hash. And I apologize, I didn't see your other message either. It must have went to message request. But I just DM'd you the hash. So if you don't want to sit there and try to get the hash to work, like if you don't want to troubleshoot anymore, once again, it's a very minor part of the machine. I just sent you the hash and you can take it from there. All right. Let me get some other, I need to switch some other things around now. I'm just going to leave my VM open. Maybe someone else will have an issue and we can troubleshoot in real time. But thank you for dropping in, Zero Hack. That was actually great timing. That I was literally just looking at your Discord message. Okay, I'm trying to think the best way to do this. If I slideshow this, so I can't do this without notes yet because I haven't even given the talk once. So I need to have my notes as well on a monitor. Awesome. Hey, Happy Hack and Zero Hack, thank you for checking in. Thank you for being part of the platform as well. Really do appreciate it. Okay, let's try this. If I go to main screen here, but I'm going to change properties, open selector. I'm going to change it to, apparently it's an untitled presentation that I haven't named yet. All right, well, the slideshow is actually a very minor part of it. So I'm going to try to keep myself larger right here in the corner, slideshow smaller. Let's just see what this looks like. Okay, yeah, it works. You guys are going to get a history lesson today. Okay. Well, for those of you just tuning in, oh, I need a stretch. I spent the morning working on my keynote talk for Simply CyberCon. Simply CyberCon is happening this Monday in South Carolina. I'm giving the keynote first thing on Monday morning. And the only downside of giving the keynote is I had not written the keynote until today. So I was like, well, it's coming up. I'm going to be traveling all weekend. I should probably get this keynote and slides done. So I literally made this morning as we were doing the Work With Me session. As usual, let me just remind you again, this is going to be the roughest version of the talk. I have not gone through it at all. I've written the talk and I created the slides. I have not practiced it. I have not gone through it. I'm going to trip over my words, I guarantee it, and I want your real feedback. So I'm going to try to keep my eye on the chat as we go. And if you have any questions or if something's like off or you're like, "Hey, that doesn't make sense," please interrupt me. Like seriously, interrupt me mid-talk and then we can dig into it together. I would love to get some interaction and feedback from you to make this talk really good, so it's really beneficial to those who are going to be at Simply CyberCon. Also, Simply CyberCon is going to be live streamed for free on the Simply Cyber channel. So if you're not going to be there in person, you'll be able to watch me give this talk on Monday, the nice polished version of the talk. Let me get a drink of water and we'll dive in. Also, I freaking hate slideshows, guys. I hate making slideshows. You're going to notice there's very little on my slideshow because I think slideshows are stupid. Mainly because I suck at making them. But I also think they're stupid. Like, if you ever watch someone give a presentation and they're literally just reading off the slideshow, oh my goodness, that drives me absolutely bonkers. So my slideshow is basically just a picture show. There's almost no words in the entire slideshow. It's just pictures that go along with what I'm talking about. But okay, let me get the actual talk pulled up now. And I'm going to, jeez, this is going to be hard to do. I need to move a bunch of things around on my different monitors. I need more monitors is what I need. All right, if I move that there and I move this over here, maybe make it smaller. Okay. Ladies, and I'll pretend like I'm Jerry. To kick things off at Simply CyberCon, Tyler's going to come up here and blah, 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 blah. And backstage right now, I'm like, okay, a little bit nervous, right? Getting out and go in front of people. Need to get a drink of water. Oh, you know what? I'll be wearing this hat. We'll make it even more realistic. I'm looking, OBS is now up on the top monitor. If you wonder why I keep looking at the freaking sky, it's because that's where OBS is. All right, we got the Hack Smarter hat on. Throw this up here. All right. We are now going to transition to the actual presentation. Is chat on the screen? Let me see if it is. Okay, cool. Test is up there. Chat is on the screen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Looking at time. Geez, it's lunchtime too. I'm gonna be starving by the time we're done, but let's do it. I should probably do an introduction first. Well, hey everyone, my name is Tyler Ramsby. I'm super excited to be here with you at Simply CyberCon and to have truly the honor to give the keynote talk. Hey, before I dive into my presentation, let me just share with you a little bit about me. My name is Tyler and I am the founder of two companies that I'm really building from the ground up in real time on YouTube and LinkedIn and Discord, and just kind of sharing the entire process with the world. The first company is Hack Smarter. We have hands-on labs and courses that you can actually afford in the field of ethical hacking. And the second is Kairos. This is a boutique pen testing firm. We really focus on high quality pen testing services, but we hack your company before the real bad guys hack you, and we give you a nice actionable report so you can help remediate those findings. Outside of that, and really more important than that, I am also a husband. My wife is actually here with me in South Carolina, and I am a dad. I have two amazing kids. My daughter, Ava, she is almost 9 years old, and my son, Elijah, just turned 6. But hey, I'm really passionate about cybersecurity, but I'm also passionate about mental and emotional and spiritual health and helping people find some type of balance in this really crazy world that we call cybersecurity and that we call careers. So my talk today is called Embrace Your Limits Seriously. And I want to begin by asking you a few questions. If you succeed in your career, but you find refuge in a bottle of alcohol every single night, is that success? If you earn the greatest certifications, you have all of them, the OSCP, the OSEP, the CPTS, the PT1, the PMPT, and probably a bunch more that I'm forgetting, but if you earn all of the certifications and you spend all your days and nights studying, but you have no relationships with your kids because you spent all your time studying, is the success worth it? If you end up making more money than you could ever imagine, I mean, you become a millionaire. Let's say you found a company and it grows to the Amazon level, like unheard of wealth, and you're well respected by others in the industry, and you're invited to speak at conferences like DEF CON and Simply CyberCon, but your marriage ends in a divorce. You have no actual friends, and your children want nothing to do with you because you spent all of your time working and trying to pursue success. Is the success actually worth it? Now, I want to take you back to a strange place. I want to take you back to the ancient city of Carthage. This was located on the coast of North Africa. Just curious, by a show of hands, probably no one. Has anyone ever heard of Carthage before? All right, I'm seeing no hands because I'm quite literally practicing my talk live to YouTube and there's nobody else in my basement. But I'm going to pretend like one person put their hand up in the audience. But very few people know about Carthage. Oh, Jaso, amazing. Thank you, Jaso. I want to bring you back to 8th century Carthage, which I know is a very strange place to begin a cybersecurity talk. But if I brought you back to ancient Carthage, you would likely be a devotee or a worshiper of a god named Baal Hammon. Now, that people of Carthage, tripping over my words. The people of Carthage worshipped various different gods, as many ancient people did, but the god of gods, kind of like the Zeus of their culture, was Baal Hammon. Now, I want you to imagine for a moment that a natural disaster strikes your city, the ancient city of Carthage. We can say an earthquake or some other natural disaster that leads to a severe famine over the city. Now, there's no social security. There's really no social net in the ancient world. So when a natural disaster strikes and it leads to a famine, that is not good. Imagine for a moment you are living in Carthage. There is a severe famine going on, and you are struggling deeply, not only to provide for your family, but just to feed yourself. Your entire city is going through an economic disaster. It's on the verge of collapse. What would you do? Well, as a normal person in 8th century Carthage, there was actually something specific you would do. You would have assumed that economic disaster is a result of the gods punishing your city for something that happened. Now, as a good worshiper of Baal, you knew what the answer was. The way to appease the gods was to offer a sacrifice. So you would gather your family, especially if you have a baby or a toddler, and you'd make your journey to the local Tophet. Or Tophet. I don't actually know the correct way to say this. I should probably look it up. We're just going to say Tophet because no one else is going to know how to pronounce it either. But you would make a journey to the local Tophet, and here's a picture of one. You can tell by looking at the local Tophet that it looks a lot like a cemetery because that's sort of what it was. You see, when you study the ancient religion of Carthage, there's actually a very dark and twisted part of the religion. Anytime a city or a family or a community was going through an economic disaster or a not natural famine, I don't know what word I'm looking for, but going through a disaster, you would gather to the Tophet, and the Tophet was a sacred walled enclosure dedicated to the gods. You can kind of see the walls around here, and then you have the little gravestone thingies on the middle. But here's where it gets really dark. You would take a child. Usually it was a baby or a toddler. Your child, not somebody else's, your child. Oh man, Laugh and Sec is spot on. This is actually how they got US East 1 back up. This exact process. It was at the Amazon headquarters. But in ancient Carthage, when you face disaster, you would take a child. Not usually, but you would take your own child, a toddler or a baby, and kill them. It was gruesome. I will not go into the details of how they actually took the lives of these children, but they would kill the children, and then they would burn their bodies, and as the smoke wafted up to the heavens, that would be their sacrifice to the gods. And they believed that if they offered enough sacrifices, especially this level of sacrifice, of sacrificing their own children on an altar to the gods, they would appease the gods. And as a result, they would receive financial prosperity, financial security, and would help remove whatever disaster was facing the city. Now, you might still be thinking to yourself, Tyler, I see no way that this ties into cybersecurity. Well, here's the thing. I want to suggest to you that when we look at the ancient city of Carthage and the way that families sacrifice their children on an altar for financial prosperity is in many ways a parable for the way many people approach their careers in cybersecurity. Now, you're not literally killing people close to you, but think about it for a moment. Cybersecurity is an incredibly difficult field to get into. And to get into this field, many people sacrifice those closest to them on an altar to the gods of success. Parents sacrifice time with their children to pursue their career. And they tell themselves, I just want to provide for my family. What they don't realize is they never actually hit that end. They continue to work and work and work, and their children grow up and they want nothing to do with them. Marriages have fallen apart in this field because a partner sacrifices all their time to this success, only to have everything fall apart. So in the ancient city of Carthage, when economic disaster was striking, people would sacrifice what matters the most to them for financial stability. In 2025, in the world of cybersecurity, people will sacrifice what matters most to them on an altar to the gods of success that they might somehow reach financial stability. So let me ask you that question again, and this is what the bulk of my talk is going to be about. Is success worth it for you? I want to suggest to you today that real success is found in embracing your limits, not running from them. We'll come back to this, but let me share with you briefly about my story and why I am passionate about this. Hey, Red, I'm actually giving a keynote talk at Simply CyberCon on Monday, and I made the talk this morning. I'm quite literally just practicing it. So feel free to interrupt me at any time. This is the talk that I'll be giving at Simply CyberCon. I'll kind of go in and out between like Tyler giving the talk to Tyler communicating with you guys, but that's what's going on. Anyways, let's dive back into it. After I give that introduction about like TOEFITs and, child sacrifice, all the really positive stuff, then I'm going to bring people into my story and just kind of share my story, how I got into cyber and why I got to a place where I'm passionate about embracing limits and all that fun stuff. So anyways, back to Tyler giving the talk. We'll come back to this, but let me share with you briefly my story and why I am passionate about this. My journey into cybersecurity begins with this guy. Believe it or not, this is me. I was 13 years old. As you can tell based on the picture, I was definitely a troublemaker in school. Like any good person who wants to learn hacking, I have a little bit of a rebellious edge, and even more so when I was 13 years old. But when I was 13, that's when I got interested in hacking. And I think like a lot of people, my interest in hacking goes back to the gaming community. I remember playing like old school RuneScape. I also remember, by a show of hands, did anyone ever play Habbo Hotel back in the day? Like back when Habbo Hotel was huge, I remember you could script different things to show off like furniture and stuff. That also fascinated me. So my interest in hacking goes back to me being a gamer as a young kid, but then I was curious, like, how can I actually hack real stuff? So when I was 13 years old, with the crazy like skater hair right here, pulling fire alarms apparently, when I was 13 years old, I discovered a website called hackthisite.org. Actually, I might grab a screenshot of this website for this talk. I'm actually going to add a note to my notes here. Grab screenshot of hackthisite.org. Give me just a moment while I add this to my notes and we will continue practicing. Anyways, I explored hackthisite.org. It's actually still up right now. Hackthisite.org was founded by Jeremy Hammond. Now, by a show of hands, how many of you guys have heard of Jeremy Hammond before? He is not related to John Hammond, all right? Completely different people in some pretty radical ways. Jeremy Hammond was a member of Anonymous and LulzSec. If you know your hacker history, you know that LulzSec was kind of like the leading group of Anonymous in 2012 when they were causing a lot of damage and havoc. Well, Jeremy Hammond was part of LulzSec. He eventually got arrested. He spent a lot of time in prison. I think he just recently got out of prison. And I also think he got kicked out of DEF CON this past DEF CON for yelling something during the main stage. But Jeremy Hammond is the founder of hackthisite.org. Before there was TryHackMe, before there was Hack the Box, before there was Hack Smarter, there was hackthisite.org. And it was like a training ground, and it still is a training ground to learn hacking, in particular web app hacking. They had a mix of like tutorials and challenges alongside of missions, which were more realistic labs. And I love their policy. They say that they only teach ethical hacking, but they define ethics as, hey, if you want to hack an organization or a country that is oppressing you, well, they would call that ethical hacking. So their definition of ethical hacking and most people's definition of ethical hacking are a little bit different. There's kind of a gray area there. But this was back in the day. Most hacking was not ethical. There wasn't much of a thing as pen testing. It was around, but I had never heard of it. I grew up in rural Minnesota. I now live in rural South Dakota, and even now, very few people even understand what pen testing or ethical hacking actually is. But anyways, me and my friend Nate, while other people were pulling all-nighters to play Call of Duty or whatever the latest game was, we would pull all-nighters, but we would hang out on hackthisite.org. And I remember this quite vividly. We'd be on hackthisite.org and we would be talking back and forth on MSN Messenger. If you guys remember MSN, that or AOL. I don't remember which one we used back then. I think it was MSN. But we'd be on hackthisite.org talking back and forth over MSN Messenger as we were learning stuff. And then we'd go to school the next day. And we grew up together. And while we were at school, we wanted to practice what we were learning. Now, we didn't do anything malicious. We just wanted to know, hey, can we bypass some of the protections the school has in place? Can we launch command prompt from Notepad? Can we bypass their web filter? Like things that a lot of teenagers often do. But that's what we did. And then they would patch it or fix it. We'd figure out a way around it, and it was like a game to us. Well, as you can imagine, the school wasn't very happy about us constantly bypassing their protections and then telling other students how to bypass the protections as well. And so it got to the point that we received 3 strikes. And on the 3rd strike, we were pulled into the office with the superintendent and the school resource officer, which is like the police officer at the school. And they told us, hey guys, you're not allowed to touch computers for a year. Do not touch a computer on school property for a year. If you do, then you will be facing criminal charges. And I was like, oh shoot, that sort of sucks. So I could still use my computer at home, but every time we went to school, if we did like a presentation or a PowerPoint, you know, you go out to the computer lab and you work on it, I had to use a freaking poster board to make my PowerPoint slides because I wasn't allowed to use a computer. But that was my introduction at 13, 14 years old into the world of computer hacking. And I got banned for using a computer for a year while I was in school just out of curiosity. But really from that day on, I was hooked on this whole concept of hacking. It was always fascinating to me, but because of where I lived, once again in rural Minnesota at that time, I did not see any career path for being a hacker. I didn't want to end up in prison. And so I continued to explore hacking somewhat with Hack This Site and some other resources, but I did not see a viable career for me. Well, when I was 16 years old, I ended up getting arrested for drugs and drug paraphernalia. And like I said before, if you can't tell in the picture, I was somewhat of a troublemaker. I feel bad for my parents. I was not a good kid. I was not a good teenager. But when I was 16 years old and I got arrested, actually it's multiple times, but that was the biggest time. It was a turning point in my life. Like I began to recognize I need to do something different with my life because the direction that I'm going right now is I'm gonna end up in jail, prison, or just freaking homeless. Like it's not gonna be a good outcome, which honestly, the fact that me as a 16-year-old thought about that still blows my mind. But that's also when I began exploring faith. Now, the purpose of my talk is I'm not here to preach to you. I'm not here to like push my faith on you in any way, shape, or form, but it is a huge part of my story. But when I was 16 years old, that's when I first discovered faith, in particular, the faith of Christianity, and I had a new dream. Instead of being a hacker, I wanted to become a pastor. And there was actually a story about me in the local newspaper. This is really pulling up the archives. This story came out when I was 18 and I'm now 32, so you can do the math. This was quite a while ago. But in my local paper, as I began turning my life around, they actually reached out to me to interview me because in addition to all this hacking stuff I did, I also loved hip hop music. I still make rap music. You can even find it on my YouTube channel, but I loved hip hop music and I used to record it. I used to travel around occasionally and perform. So this is actually my childhood bedroom right here. You can see all the crazy writing on the wall, but this was my makeshift studio when I was 18 years old that I had set up in my house, and the local journalists came to my house, interviewed me to hear about my story, to hear about why I was changing my life around and all of that good stuff. But I had a new dream. My life goal is I wanted to be a pastor. I wanted to lead a church. I wanted to preach. I wanted to teach. I wanted to help people know about this transformation that I personally experienced. So if you would have asked me when I was 18 years old, Tyler, what are you going to do with your life? I would have told you I'm going to be a pastor. It is my lifelong calling. I will not do anything else. This is what I am called to. Well, most of my early 20s was spent trying to pursue this dream. But here's the thing about being a pastor, you make freaking no money. And so I was always working different side jobs. I would work random IT jobs. I would teach. I would basically do anything that I could in order to provide for my family. I ended up earning a Master's of Divinity degree, which means I spent 3 years academically studying theology and philosophy and Greek and all of these crazy topics that you probably don't care about at all, so I won't go into all the details. But eventually, I became what's called a church planter. Now, I know that's weird terminology, and it is part of my story, so I have to explain it a little bit. But a church planter is someone who starts a church from scratch, usually in a community that doesn't have too many churches, or there's a specific niche to be felt. So you can think of like a business startup, but for churches. But that's what I did. We planted a church in our community. It was me and my wife were the only members in the beginning. And slowly but surely, I was able to build this church up over a course of about 10 years. I met with people, I casted vision, I would preach and teach every weekend. We were super active in the community. If you actually Google my name and my area, you can even find news stories where we gave away thousands of dollars just as a way of giving back to the community on a regular basis. I think once a month, we gave away our entire offering back to the community to support the community. So that was my goal. Everything seemed to be going well. I led this church for about 10 years, and it was by far the most difficult job that I've ever had in my entire life. All right, I know you might see the stories of pastors having private jets. I had nothing. I made about $30,000 a year, and I was the sole income provider for my family. As a pastor and as a solo pastor, I was on call 24/7, and I was dealing with very deep issues in people's lives. Drug addiction, self-harm, suicide, arrests, prison, like all of that. I was walking people through really the darkest moments in their lives. What was probably unique about the church I led is it was non-traditional in the fact that we very much appealed to people on kind of the margins of the culture, not like the very dressed up people with a bunch of money, but very much those on the margins who were hurting and just needed a place to belong. So that's the type of people that the church was for. But as you can imagine, those people don't have much money. Therefore, I didn't have much money. Therefore, once again, I was always working at random side jobs. I did everything from teaching, not cybersecurity. I used to teach tech skills to seniors. Like I used to work for the local district and they had a community education program, and I would meet with like senior citizens and teach them one-on-one how to use a computer. I would do random cybersecurity work for local businesses, just like basic sysadmin stuff, just quite literally so I could pay the bills for my family. I was a substitute teacher in the local school district, once again, so I could pay bills for my family. But I was so committed to this that I went back to school to get my doctorate and spent about 1.5 years to get my doctorate. But I want to show you guys kind of Tyler from 2019. So if I could bring you guys in a time machine back to 2019 and you met me, this is what I would have looked like. And I recognize the quality of this picture is pretty bad when it's actually blown up, but you can see here is me, here is my daughter when she was much younger, and here is my wife. Now you can't really make out the wording on here, but this is when I graduated from seminary with the Master's of Divinity degree. I spoke at the graduation, like I was one of the commencement speakers for the rest of the class. But like this was me in 2019, and I was finally reaching what I thought was my dream. I was already a pastor at this time, but I was earning my degree while going to school, while working multiple jobs, and I was incredibly excited to finally get this Master's of Divinity degree and to really dig deep into pastoral ministry. So this is in 2019. Working full-time as a pastor, working part-time as a teaching assistant at the seminary as I was pursuing my doctorate. So I was teaching graduate level courses on the area of theology. I was a substitute teacher at the local school, and I did random side jobs to pay the bills, but I was incredibly happy. Felt like I was doing the very thing that I was made to do. Like my calling was this, being a pastor, leading a local church, teaching and helping people. But something happened. In 2020, there was this little thing called the COVID-19 pandemic. I actually remember in late 2019, early 2020, first hearing about COVID-19 in the news and then reading about it on Reddit. But I just kind of assumed, like most things, it was like an illness that would affect some remote part of the world, that it wouldn't have any effect on me here in the United States, that is just being overplayed. Like nothing was actually going to come out of COVID-19. Well, I think we can all remember that moment in the spring of 2020 when quite literally everything shut down. They shut down the schools. They shut down restaurants. I even remember, I don't know if this is true about your guys' community, but in my community, they even shut down the playgrounds. I didn't even know that was possible. I remember me and my daughter, my son was super young at that time. He was a COVID baby. He was a newborn at that time. But I remember me and my daughter were like, hey, we should go to the playground and hang out. And we went to the playground and they literally used like yellow caution tape and they taped off every playground in our community. I didn't even know you could freaking close a playground, but they even closed the playgrounds. And this was a major issue, not just the fact that there was nothing to do. I live in rural South Dakota. I'm used to having nothing to do, but you have to consider my entire livelihood is dependent on an in-person gathering in a church community. It's kind of hard to have a church community where you cannot like gather together, and it's kind of hard for me to pay my bills when there is no church community to gather together. We ended up switching to online services. That's where I got a lot of experience doing live streaming, talking to a camera, and trying to be interactive when I'm on camera. Honestly, like that time during COVID when I was doing live church services like this, that's where I got a lot of the experience you see me using now, where it's not super awkward when I'm literally just talking to a camera in my basement. But anyways, we switched to online services, and then eventually we switched in the summertime to outdoor services. And so we were all outdoor, all like spaced apart. We'd get sound systems, and that's how we did everything then. But here's the thing. I live in rural South Dakota. Now, you may not know where South Dakota is on a map. Contrary to the name South in it, it's actually up in the northern part of Minnesota, and it gets really, really cold here as you enter into the fall and the winter. You cannot have an outdoor church service when it's like negative 20 degrees out Fahrenheit and there's a blizzard going on. So eventually we had to move indoors. Well, when we moved indoors, I asked everyone that, hey, if you're going to come to the church service, please wear a mask. Out of respect for those around us who might be immunocompromised or have otherwise health issues, who might be a little bit scared about coming to the service. So please wear a mask and please practice social distancing. I didn't think that was that big of a deal. But without realizing it, me telling people to wear a mask when they come to church, I stepped on a landmine. Now, I don't want to get political here, but South Dakota is about as hardcore conservative conspiracy theory craziness as you can possibly get. And so, when I asked people in the church community to wear a mask, the reaction was absolutely insane. The church attendance cut down significantly. I had people in the community that I trusted deeply, that I invested in over 10 years, completely write me off. All because I asked them to wear a mask. They thought I had one person send me an article from online how I am supporting the Antichrist because I asked them to wear a mask. Religious people are freaking weird, all right? We'll just leave it at that without going into much detail. Religious people can get really weird. But guys, I was deeply hurt. I mean, I spent 10 years, thousands of dollars of my own money to pursue this dream of being a pastor, being on call 24/7 while making about $30,000 a year. And just because I asked people to wear a mask, they turned on me. Deeply hurt, deeply frustrated, almost walked away from Christianity completely because of my experience in the very church community that I founded. Well, I could see the writing on the wall. The church was no longer sustainable, but I am the sole income provider for my family. So whether or not people are gathering in a church, I still have bills to pay. So I started my first full-time IT job at a company called Interstates. It was an electrical construction company, but here's the absolutely insane thing. And I wouldn't even believe this, guys, if I wasn't the one who did this. Like if someone else said they did this, I'd be like, I don't know if they're telling the truth. This is 100% the truth. During this period, about a 7 to 8 month period, here's everything that I was doing. I was continuing to work full time for the church because I still saw that as my primary calling. I was still preaching and teaching every single weekend, and I would preach for about 30 to 45 minutes, so it was a lot of work. I was still meeting with people in the evenings for counseling and discipleship and like help them grow in their faith and help them work through areas that they were struggling with themselves, because COVID-19 caused a massive mental health crisis. So I'm walking people through this massive mental health crisis. So I'm working full-time as a pastor. I'm working at Interstates full-time as well, but this is an on-site job, and it's about 30 miles from my house because I had to travel to a bigger city. So I had to be at my on-site IT job from 7:30 in the morning to 5 p.m. in the evening. I was doing that full-time while pastoring full-time, and then I knew, hey, if I want to provide for my family, I should probably get another degree in the field of cybersecurity. So I also went to WGU and went to school full-time. Basically, every single night from about 7 p.m. when I got my kids to bed to about 1 or 2 in the morning, I would study. No breaks, no days off, and I earned my bachelor's degree through WGU in 7 months. So a 7-month period, I worked 2 full-time jobs and earned my bachelor's degree plus a bunch of certifications so that I could provide for my family, because to be honest, I had no other choice. I needed to pivot. I needed a different job that could actually provide for them, because the job that I was doing was not going to work out. Suffice it to say, and I'll even pull this up here. I have more slides, but I don't have slides for a little bit. Suffice it to say, I was at my absolute breaking point. I was incredibly close to becoming another statistic. Another pastor that you read about in the news because he or she got exposed for some crazy bad behavior, stealing money, addiction, alcoholism, like you name it. I was heading down that trajectory. I was trying to find my refuge in self-medication and numbing the pain and trying to work through this, but not in a way that was healthy. I was so close to becoming another one of those statistics. There was one upside about working 15 freaking jobs at the same time, is I finally had health insurance. Through the job I had in IT, as the church could never afford to pay me health insurance. We actually made so little money that my kids were covered under CHIP in South Dakota, which you need to be really broke for that to work. But basically, because we had no money, the government paid for my kids' health care completely. So I didn't have to pay for them, but I didn't have any health insurance until I finally got the job at Interstates in IT. The nice thing about having health insurance is it also covered therapy, or a portion of therapy. And it was during this time that I made the best decision I've ever made, and that was to spend some time in professional therapy. Now, before I get to that, I want to speak to you. Because what I just described to you about being burnt out, about self-medicating, about trying to numb the pain that I was going through, everything that I was sharing there is likely something you may be experiencing right now. This field is hard. Cybersecurity is hard. Getting a career is hard. It is exhausting. It is brutal. And you may be coming very close to becoming another statistic. I was right there with you. I'm still trying to grow out of that. But the best decision I've made, and the decision I would recommend to you, is I enrolled myself in professional therapy to try to figure out what the frick is wrong with me and how can I pursue healing in this moment right now. All right, I'm looking over my notes. Give me a second. All right, there we go. I see where I'm at. After many hours of talking to a therapist, I began to recognize a huge error that I made in my life. I found my identity in what I was doing rather than the person I was becoming. Remember, my dream was to be a pastor, and I spent 10 years building a church from the ground up and pouring my life into people to try to build what I thought was going to be a really cool community that helps a bunch of people. Like, that was my dream. Out of all things in my life, that was my dream from the time I was 16 years old and started changing my life around. I thought it's what I was called to. But for those 10 years, my title was Pastor Tyler. A lot of people would quite literally just call me pastor, which was weird. I don't like call someone at McDonald's worker, but a lot of people would just refer to me as pastor. They wouldn't even call me by my name. And I began finding my identity in my job, in my title as a pastor. So when that started unraveling, my dream quite literally turned into a nightmare. I did not know who I was. I did not know how to find my identity because the writing on the wall was telling me my time as a pastor is coming to a close. Like, I don't freaking know what I'm going to do with my life. I don't know what the future looks like. This is what I've been hanging on to. And the therapist showed me that error, that I was finding my identity in my job rather than the person I was becoming. So look, if you ignore everything else I have to say today, I want you to lean in and listen right now. You are a human being, not a human doing, which is a little bit cliche. But you are a human being, not a human doing. If you find your identity in your job, in your salary, in your title, in your certifications, in your accomplishments, you will destroy yourself. Yet everything in our culture screams at us. Find your identity there. It's the reason when we meet people, one of the first questions we ask is, hey, what do you do for a living? What do you do Monday through Friday? But friends, let me say this again. You are a human being, not a human doing. You will only find real and lasting success when you focus on the type of person you are becoming, not the work that you are doing. Remember, in ancient Carthage, people would sacrifice what matters most, their children, on an altar to appease the gods and try to ensure financial stability. In 2025, we sacrifice what matters the most, our children, our partners, our health, on an altar to appease the gods of success so that we might secure for ourselves financial stability for ourselves. All right, guys, I'm looking back over at my notes. All right, we have a few more. We're almost done. I'll be honest, for some of you, that might mean leaving the industry completely, depending on where you're at in your state of mind. Back to my time in therapy, I made the very difficult decision to leave pastoral ministry, likely permanently. I don't think I'll ever go back to being a pastor. And this is one of the most difficult things I had to do. I had to take my dream, what I thought was my calling, and let it die. I had to embrace my limits, and it was one of the most painful things that I have done. But look at where things are at today. It's absolutely insane. Now, I want to be careful how I say this, because once again, I'm not trying to push my faith on anyone. But apparently God had a plan, because 5 years from then, I am here in South Carolina speaking to a group of people about emotional health and sharing my journey. Not only that, and this is insane to even share, but in the month of October alone, I have made more revenue in 1 month than I made in 12 months when I was a pastor. Insane. And what's crazier is I'm not pursuing revenue. I'm not pursuing wealth. I'm not pursuing money. I've never raised my standard of living from when I was a pastor to what I am doing now. But apparently, there was a plan in all of this. Not only am I not pursuing it, I'm always giving stuff away. I think just recently I gave away about $15,000 worth of scholarships to people who have been laid off. You don't make money by giving a bunch of crap away. There's a reason OffSec is not giving away OSCP vouchers. From the outside looking in, I am successful, but I didn't focus on becoming successful in the traditional sense. Instead, I embraced my limits and I pursued emotional, physical, and spiritual health. The so-called success followed if, on the other hand, I would have pursued success in the traditional sense. I sincerely don't think I would be where I am today. So how do you apply this to your life, right? I can sit up here and talk this whole time, but what's a takeaway? Well, I want to give you 2 takeaways. I want to give you 2 things to focus on as you continue your journey in this field, whether you are a CEO or you're just breaking into the field. Let me go back to sharing my slides. Point number 1, and I recognize you guys can't see this as I'm testing this on the live stream because I'm freaking blocking it, but you'll just have to believe me that's what it says. Point number 1 is you need to redefine success. There is one certainty we all have in life. You're going to die. I know I'm a very positive person. You can see why it didn't work for me as a pastor. But you are going to die, and I am going to die. Hopefully it's not today. Hopefully I'm not a prophet in that way, but you are going to die. And when it happens, your family and friends will come to a funeral. Your casket will likely be at the front, and they will say some nice things about you, and they will go on their way. I sincerely hope all of you die like a nice old age, but the reality is you will eventually die. But at your funeral, no one is going to care if you earned the OSCP. No one is going to care if you worked as a red teamer. No one is going to ask you, hey, what did that person do for a living? What do they do from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.? No one's going to ask those questions. Instead, the entire funeral is going to be based around who you were as a person, as a parent, as a partner, as a friend, as a mom, as a dad. That is what's going to matter the most at your funeral. Now, a few years ago, I attended the funeral of a family member, actually my grandpa. And I was hesitant to even share about this in this talk. But my grandpa, from the outside looking in, was wildly successful. His story in a nutshell is he helped co-found a vet clinic in the community we grew up in. This vet clinic ended up becoming an international organization, and he made, I don't know how much money he made. I'd have to guesstimate he was at least a millionaire. But from the outside looking in, my grandpa, if you had a checklist of like, this is what makes you successful, he not only hit everything, but he exceeded it by a lot. My grandpa even has a playground named after him in my hometown. Like, he's widely respected there. And I remember when I attended the funeral, it was actually incredibly awkward because everything they said about him in his eulogy and his accomplishments, all of it was about money. It was about his business. It was about all these things he led in the community. What I know, what most people didn't know, is he was not present to his family at all. Like, my mom, it would have been her dad, and her sisters all have broken relationships with him, strained relationships with him, because he was so focused on being successful and wealthy and making an impact in that way that he forgot to actually be present to his family. Friends, I would rather be broke Tyler Ramsby with kids living off of government health insurance than make millions of dollars but end up where my grandpa was at the end of his life. You need to define what success is for you, and you need to stick to it. Do not let the culture or LinkedIn or some stupid YouTuber tell you what success is. Success for me is being active in my family. It's being willing to sacrifice anything with my career if it means being more emotionally present to my children. Real success for me is making sure my faith is elevated above everything else in my life, including my career. Real success for me is doing everything I can to bring people with me, to help uplift the entire community, to give stuff away, even if I don't get rich in the process. What does success look like to you? And then point number 2, and the final point I want to leave you with, is your career is a marathon, not a sprint. This is something I have to remind myself of regularly, but let's imagine you start working when you're 20 years old. You have about 55 years until you're at retirement age, at least in the United States. To actually experience real, holistic success, you need to approach your career as a marathon and not a sprint. Now, I asked our AI overlords, I said, hey, what's the difference? If you train for a marathon versus training for a sprint, what is different for the athlete? And our AI overlords gave me a table that I thought was helpful. So I just want to walk you through this really fast. So we have marathon here and sprint here. The primary goal of a marathon is sustained effort and endurance over a long distance. That should be your goal in your career. A sprint is explosive speed and power over a very short distance. It'll look really good for 6 months to a year, but you will destroy yourself. Energy system of a marathon relies on the aerobic system using oxygen for long, steady energy production. That is the goal we should be aiming for. Long, steady energy, long, steady productivity. A sprint relies on anaerobic, if I'm saying that, anaerobic. I can't freaking say that word. But without oxygen for short bursts of high intensity effort. Once again, looks really good for 6 months to a year. It is not sustainable. It will destroy you. And third is muscle fibers. For a marathon, you develop slow twitch muscle fibers, which are efficient and resistant to fatigue. You will go through hard times. But if you have emotional health and if you have some stability in your life, you can endure the hard times. You are resistant to fatigue. A sprinter, on the other hand, you develop fast twitch muscle fibers, which provide quick explosive power. But look at that. You fatigue rapidly. It looks really good until life gets really difficult, and then you will self-medicate yourself and you will become just another statistic. But there's one more. One more that I think the AI overlords forgot, and that's the importance of a team. If you ask anyone who successfully runs a marathon how they did it, they will almost always point to the team of people around them. Their friends and family who encouraged them when they didn't think they could do it. Their friends and family who maybe watched their kids when they were out doing the marathon. Their friends and family who maybe train right alongside of them. Nobody runs a marathon on their own, and nobody successfully finishes their career on their own. You need to be part of a community. You need to have a group of people around you to encourage you when things get tough, because they will get tough. But I assure you, we are in this together. And if you don't have a community, we are kicking off a conference, Simply CyberCon, with your closest friends all around you. You belong here. You fit in. Find your community, and let's run this marathon together. Boom. All right, guys, that was one take. I literally wrote that talk this morning, made the PowerPoint this morning during the work with me, and that was my first ever draft of it. Let me know your feedback. Anything that was confusing, anything that was hard to follow, anything I should slow down on. Would love to hear what you have to say. I'm going to scroll up in chat because I think I probably missed some stuff. Oh, what up, Justin? Dude, you'll see it at Simply CyberCon. So I have the keynote on Monday. The only problem is I haven't wrote the keynote. So I literally wrote the keynote this morning and the slides and wanted to practice it on stream real quick to get your guys' feedback. So you'll hear the nice polished version of it at Simply CyberCon. That was the first draft. Okay, cool. No one hates it. I appreciate it. Like, the thing I always try to balance, and let me know what you guys think, because I'm pretty sure most of you probably aren't religious. Like, if I just had to make a guess, faith is obviously a big part of my story, but I never want to share it in such a way that I'm like excluding people or like, hey, you have to believe this. But I just talk about it all the time because it's a big part of my life. So hopefully it didn't come off like I was trying to preach at people. Hopefully you found it helpful and not, I'm trying to think of the word I'm looking for, like dogmatic. I don't want to be dogmatic or, you know, one of those people on the street holding a sign freaking yelling at people. I don't want to be one of them. You said you was going to go back to Bill, but you didn't. Good call. You're right. I was going to tie that back into the conclusion. Let me add a note for that. I appreciate that. So a few things I need to change. One is I will add that onto the end just to kind of tie it back together. Come on, please just get to the point. Thank you. I don't know what your meme pocket picks about getting to the point. This is not like a normal YouTube talk. This is me practicing a presentation. There's another thing I wanted to add. Oh, worried about people's feelings right now. Just get to the point. Oh, I got you. I appreciate you. There was something else I said I wanted to add. What was it? It was a picture of something. Let me look at my notes. What up, Digital Andrew? Dude, you just missed the greatest freaking talk ever. No, we were doing a work with me session, but then I am giving the keynote talk at Simply CyberCon. So my work with me session this morning was making my keynote talk, and we just got done practicing it. So you have to go back through the recording and watch it. I think you'll enjoy it. But I'm just editing some of my talk a little bit based on feedback and things that we learned. But okay, there was something in my notes that I wanted to add. Oh, hack this site. That's what I wanted, a screenshot of hack this site. Okay, let me just grab a screenshot. Oh, actually, before I do that, I need to find where the slide goes. So that's right after Young Tyler. Okay, and now grab the screenshot. All right, we'll get that in there. All right, we now have a screenshot of hack the site. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Tyler in 2019, COVID, blank slide. You need to redefine. And then after the marathon sprints, I guess I can leave that up. I don't need a blank slide for that. But okay, I mean, if you guys want to see what I was typing out during our talk here, let me go to properties, open our selector, application window. Here's what I was doing during the morning work with me session. So when I talk, when I do public talking, I generally do it without notes, but I like to organize my thoughts. So before I give the talk, I literally manuscript my entire talk. So this is the entire talk, but the actual live thing will be different because once again, I do it live. It's just me talking. I'll have a few bullet points down, but every time I give this talk, it will be different. That's how it will be. All right, let me scroll up. Noob Saybot said, actually, as a Muslim, I appreciate and respect. Because it doesn't put me in an awkward position. Hey, I appreciate that, Noob Saybot. If you're practicing, that's fine. That is what I'm doing. I'm not actually giving the talk right now, guys. I'm practicing it and want your feedback. Here, I can go back to just sharing my screen. Great talk. Thank you, Sozo. Nox said, I like how you don't feel any pressure either way from you. No matter how often you talk about it, you understand people have different or no faith. But thank you. That's what I'm trying to get across. Is Young Tyler your new rapper name? Of course, dude. It absolutely is. All right, guys. I'm freaking starving, though, y'all. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours, and it is way past lunchtime, and I really want to go eat something. So thank you, everyone, for taking the time to hang out with me. Thank you for allowing me to practice the Simply CyberCon talk to you. Oh, guys, I have a few things, though. A few things before we sign off. Number one, I am going to be on Simply Cyber's show in freaking 2 hours. I don't have much time to chill. But let me get this pulled up.
What's up, YouTuber? It's Jerry.
Be quiet, Jerry. We don't want to hear you talk. What are you doing? What are you doing, dude? I'll drop this link in chat. Oh, where did it go? Oh, here it is. Let me try to share my screen. Oh, sweet. It's still there. Hopefully you guys can see it. Freaking, my face is so big. Tyler, you don't need to be. You're not that important, dog. Anyways, there's this one right here. This is happening today in about 2 hours from now. So I'll copy the link address. And there it is. So we'll love to have you join me for that live stream later on today. But thank you guys so much for taking the time to hang out with me this morning. If you were here for the whole Work With Me session, amazing. If you were only here for part of it or just part of the talk, amazing as well. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your support. Thank you for being here. If you're going to be at Simply CyberCon on Monday, we'd love to meet you in person. Otherwise, I'll also be live streaming it. But make sure you join the conversation with me and my good friend Jerry at 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, about 2 hours from now. But thank you, everyone, for being here. I'll catch you guys in the next one.